11:39 and 1:20. We talked earlier this week about how Mike Moore was having tune-up issues. He definitely got them figured out right there. Sean on the opposite side in the pen, as he has been previously. And that 1086 is about 4/10 slow from what he ran on Thursday. Yeah, got it right the first time. Thursday. He went 10:41 on Thursday. Obviously, I'm just not a little bit. Taking the work in the 2 14:20 at 93 miles an hour for the first of the 2 Weimar scores. 12:51 at 108 truck left-hand side. So that will put within about 800 for the second of what he ran on Thursday. These cars are trying to make runs as close as possible to what they ran on Thursday. That should put in close to what he ran earlier in the week. Left side, 11:65, 1:17, same thing for Douglas Hall. Hall went 11:56, so he needs to find about 900 for the second. On the opposite side, Mike Turner's ride, going about 800 off of what she ran in the first day, 12:21. 12:09 at 1:12 for Jared and the Buick right-hand side. They call them the fastest class here. The 12:09 for Jared is going to put him about a tenth of a second off as the air today, about a 1,000 foot slower than it was on Thursday. Because there's 153 at 118, 12:06 at 118 and change. Yesterday, if you see the cars coming down the hot car lane, if you see a car that you like, put your hands together, let the drivers know that you appreciate them bringing their hot rods out here. These cars have been on the road, been over 150 miles in free driving between Thursday and today. Here's our next pair. Paul Fisher, right hand side. For the Wisconsin-based Mustang, Fisher goes 10.86, 123 in the Camaro. Now, Jim ran a 10.06 at 140. He's about 3/10 off of what he ran earlier in the week. Fisher goes 10.86 at 123. Earlier in the week for Fisher, he picked up a 10.92. So he's about one of the closest guys on his time so far. And keep in mind, folks, these drivers have to do 2 times, but not the front, but left side 491.07 for Patrick and Anderson in beautiful Ford Ranchero. Once again, folks, look at all the cars coming down the front stretch. Pretty cool to see them come back after 9 minutes back. 5 goals to Fairfield Highway. Side 1471, 2 miles an hour. Attention, attention, this side will take unlimited iron. Unlimited iron will take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Unlimited iron, I'll take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. We'll take the unlimited class, unlimited lanes 3 and 4, unlimited lanes 3 and 4, please. Beach goes 1099, 1471 for Bob George. Here's your next there. Garrett Hall driving the iron right pickup truck. 11 seconds for pickup truck. Right inside Yvonne. Yolanda, starting with a really good number. Within about less than a half a tenth of what she ran on Thursday. 1174 for Garrett Hall will also be pretty close to what he ran earlier in the week. None of them have a couple of bodies that were traveling together earlier in the week. And we got a photo of them out on the road. This is the rarely seen Geo track race. Very cool looking, cleanly done Geo track. All the third out there. They're pretty much keeping it to the Windsor race. Fourth out in the Geo tracker. They'll line up with Aaron Darnell, the 79 model Ford Fairmont. 302 base cubic inches with small block Ford on board. $11.68, 120 miles out there at Addison Geo Tracker. And Darnell got an 11.77 with an 8 on the end of it, 116 on the Fairmont. Once again, competitors, one run per session, please. One run per session, please, and then we will come back around to you. We have called the Pro Dollar Run class, lanes 3 and 4, Pro Dollar Run class, lanes 3 and 4. Gassers, you're thinking of lanes 5 and 6, gassers, lanes 5 and 6 if you're not already there. Unlimited iron, we're picking the lanes 1 and 2, unlimited iron, lanes 1 and 2, the unlimited class, we're picking the lanes 3 and 4. Are ready to make a run in that classic 54 Corvette, putting the safety line, see if we can get them to the bottom. Mickey Taylor, Mickey Bobby will be coming around in the unlimited class. We'll see Alex Taylor in unlimited iron. So folks, the downhill category again, the racers are not really running each other. They're going for the most consistent passes compared with what they ran on Thursday. So for example, if a driver went 11.70, 11.700 on Thursday, and then the runner was 11.75 of the zero, that'd be a 500 variance, and that would be their margin. If the third run fell between the 1170 and the 1175 zero, then that 500 margin would continue to hold. You want to make the smallest margin possible. And the smallest margin possible in the value run, which is 10 flat and slower in the quarter mile. And the pro value run, which is 850 to 999 in seconds on the quarter mile. That'll be how we determine our winner. As of right now, like I said, the car is about 400 based on what they ran earlier in the week. With Kyle Pitcher sending them down the racetrack, and shooting them out every single one of them, but I do know from looking at several of them, probably 4 to 500 from the variant is what we see so far. Now, from the variant isn't official. The story from the 2020 concept. So that's just a minimum of 2 rounds because you need a minimum of 2 concepts in order to be able to complete you in competition. However, there is no rule statement. Well, you can do 3 runs if they want, and you run the 2 concepts they want. But you do that, so that's something to keep in mind. So, for example, the Geo Sanders on Thursday, he went 1185. Here on this one, he went 1168. The variant fan, took out 1700 for the second. That's a little wide. You're going to want to close that up a little. Luckily, Heritage went quicker today. So all you need to do is just slow it down a little bit. On the opposite side, Aaron Darnell went 1177 in the Fairmont. Darnell on the first day, looking to see where he is in the standings here. He went 1163 earlier in the week. He went 1177 here, so that's 1400 from the second. Like I said, as far as I could tell just by guessing, Yvonne Hutchins is probably amongst the leaders as she went 1177 earlier in the week and went 1171 on her first pass today. So she'll come back around and make another shot. Might be a little bit warmer, so the tolerance a little bit slower. I know on Thursday she went 1171, she went 1178, 1175. So we'll see if she can kind of group together a little bit closer. We still have about, it looks like 3 pairs, maybe 4 left in Dial Your Own. Then we will go to Pro Dial Your Own. As I mentioned, we have called the gassers lanes private, which we call Unlimited Iron, lanes 1 and 2. We call Unlimited, lanes 3 and 4. And it looks like we have Alex Taylor in the lane. We have Nick Taylor in the lane. So folks, our 6-6 capable hot rods are coming. They are actually in the lane. I can see Jason Moult, the actual Jason Moult is in the lane with his board. The ice cream challenge is up for grabs, even though I think if Alex does not get a better reaction time, he can still go through ice cream and making Thompson Taylor starting at 2 o'clock. At least that's what I've been told. Really, there is no loser there, although she still has to buy Jason ice cream if she does not get a better reaction time, so it's kind of a half lose, half win. Here's the next one. Nancy Escalade, whatever you want to call it. 1274, 109 for the Caddy, 1445 for the Ranger. Is also slow. He went 10:48 earlier in the week. It just went 11:17. So again, folks, this is one of those things where everybody goes, "Oh, drag and drive easy." Well, the general concept is yes, but to be competitive, you're going to have to hit your down. Fraser is looking for something close to 10 flat. He was not near the zero. He went 268 to the confidence of Fraser already, showing that he is flexing some muscle here and is able to possibly make a real good run. 1190 for Taylor and 115 in the Nitro Panera on the right-hand side. And for Taylor, that is exactly what he ran within 1,000th of a second from Thursday. So Todd Taylor looking real good right now. He's got an 1190 with a 7, an 1190 with an 8. That is your leader on the track. Weimar goes 980 with a 1, 139 miles an hour, 1004, 133 for Corey Thompson. So he's a little over a tenth of a second slow. For Weimar, he went 971, so he's about 900 of a second slow. Now you heard the burnout. Well, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. That is turbocharged six-cylinder swap P150 pickup truck of Morgan F. The Morgan F right-hand side ran 905 on Thursday. That's again, it is warmed up significantly over what it was on Thursday. Once again, a limited iron is lanes 1 and 2, unlimited iron lanes 1 and 2, unlimited lanes 3 and 4. Pick up 944, 146. He went 933. About 1100. So right now the leader in the bird iron category, about 900 difference from what we ran on the first day. So again, folks, this is a exhibition run. 120 miles an hour for Pontiac. Here comes the gasser. We'll start with Jay Gravy. Get my tested in the bucket list mob pickup truck. Modified radio. He's going to lanes 5 and 6. This is your first call, please, Pro. Modified radio, Pro. Modified radio. We'll take you to lanes 5 and 6. This is your first call. The third trigger gasket right here. Michael Heston right inside the Ohio Bay 61 F1 on pickup truck calls from the bucket list mob. Left side, Jay Graviak, a long-time tractor driver out of Graviak Family Racing. White Tanya on board. Left-hand side, the 210 as we change categories away from the now we're getting into classes where the perfect average wins. Not on consistency, but they're on the motor. and Scott Rock Hot Rod ski after Willie's right-hand side. He is currently leading the category with a 10.93. Left-hand side, Chris Marshall from who is driving in that category. And he is got his 149 to his credit for the Cumberland Quick GTO. So if Marisburg were to turn in the 1107, it would keep us in the lead. Now this is Jeremy Bond. Jeremy is currently leading the A-Gas category. The last pending car with the 33 there, supercharged, 4-2-inch combination on board. This thing went 880 on day number one. At 151 miles an hour, he is a former 6-week winner. We'll see what he lays down right here on his first lap. He's taking a good move towards the finish line though. There's a 963 and 133, goes out about 8 seconds in a second, but that's good enough to keep him in the lead if he was to turn that split there. Most likely, Jay Grandiak was not out much quicker than a 9.9 second time slip to come out of the Chevy. Although it's running consistent, that's about his max of performance. So, organic category. Their first lap is complete. Now we get limited iron, which is a steel roofing order, 3,000 pound minimum on the weight specification class. We'll go to unlimited. Unlimited is exactly as the name implies. Anything the door does, as long as it is tagged, titled, and legal, with all paperwork. No temporary tax allowed. And it can make it down the racetrack as well as make it down the road. In other words, headlights, taillights, brake lights, turn signals, horns, all of those must be there. We check them all intact. So this is Sean Skipper. Sean has worked down a 7 flat, a 702, and a 706, He needs a 6-second pass. Can we give him a 6-second 198.9, 3 miles an hour. That is Sean Skipper's first 6-second pass in that Corvette, and it comes right here on day number 3. And folks, you want to keep those 6-second passes coming, possibly a 5-second pass. Just like. All right, attention, this by 275 radial class. 275 radial class, lanes 1 and 2. 275 radial class, 275 radial class, and lanes 1 and 2, please. 275 radial, 275 radial, lanes 1 and 2. So, folks, this was your record holder for average, a 619 held for 9 years in the Dragon Drive community. Jeff Lutz, the 69 model Plymouth style Camaro out of Pennsylvania, for many, many years between the 57 Chevys and the 69 model Camaro. Jeff Lutz ran a big block Chevy race company. Now, wheeling the Noonan Heavy, it is a brand new engine combination for in testing an early style. It was 604 at 210 miles an hour. Watch the step. And folks, he has been 996 on this racetrack just a couple days ago, but left 6.216 to 230 miles an hour. That is the quickest and fastest EP that has been posted here in 3 days outside of testing. Let's get that car situated with the brand new engine combination. David Richards is all about participating in the deal here, but they kind of want to tiptoe into this exhibition run. And we are glad to have them here. And folks, the Taylor family is what we talked about in our coverage a couple of days ago. The fact that Steve and Valerie Moore both have 6-second 200-mile-an-hour runs for the husband and wife. Nick and Alex Taylor, who got married last October, also have 6-second 200-mile-an-hour passes. We just saw Alex, and Nick is waiting in the lanes in his Camaro. And Alex Thompson. Look at Jason Martin waving. He knows he's got the better reaction time. He's got ice cream heading his way. You know, folks, the good thing about husband and wife is they both kind of know what the other one needs. And right now, Alex needs about $3 to go buy Jason his favorite flavor of ice cream. Folks, you see her walking up there. That is your official quickest car in competition. Alex Taylor out there walking down the center of the racetrack. She's going to stand up there and see how her husband does. Hey, Alex, Alex has like every single bit of tape on her arm that's possible. Folks, if you didn't know, Nick Taylor, the man called Mickey Bobby, that is the name of his business. This is the first driving driver to have done with this car in about a year now. It has completed several. The problem, you see all the tape around the windows? Well, that's because, unfortunately, on his first run and his only run on Thursday, apparently the windows did not decide to stay put at 200 miles an hour. It heated the driver's window, and all the extra atmosphere inside the car heated the rear window. So they basically had to go and find new windows. And what they're trying to do is they're taping everything down to keep the air from grabbing at a corner of the window and pulling it out. And at 208 miles an hour, that is a very good chance of happening. So that's why they're doing all this. It's kind of a quote-unquote field thing. It's basically like Pip is basically the next level of zip tie. No, Pace does not add extra horsepower. Decals add extra horsepower. Nicky, unfortunately, has no decals, but that car's got plenty of horsepower over the turbos on board. We roll forward the beam, so we will back them up. Let's try this again. Nick has been running an LS-based combination in a multitude of cars out of his stable. When he bought this car, he changed it to zip lock combination literally like right before this event, right before. He's got it. He'll go 691, but only 181 miles an hour. Nick Taylor was on his way to a real good run and just let his foot out of it early, probably keeping the windows intact. 444, 166 to the 8 mile for Nick Taylor, but he looked it early. All right, folks, so that completes the unlimited category. Now, our next two categories are Pro Modified Radial and 275 Radial. So the racetrack crew is going to put things up here just a little bit as we go from mostly split over to drag radials. And we've got 6-second and 8-second capable drag radial equipped cars. So Bert and the team here from Summit Racing City Motorsports are going to put things up just a little bit. And part of that is going to be adding some glue to the mix, the VHP PJH compound. They're going to drag the racetrack a little bit first, and then you see the sprayer just past the 8 mile mark. As the radial's like a little bit more glue to them than the switch do. Hey, folks, look who's coming down the hot cones right now. Sam Skipper, currently sitting in the top 3 unlimited and just winning his first ever 6-second Thank you for patience for the necessary stop the door open. That was Kip Hansen. Hansen's driving the F-150. I think he is running in the World Modified category. He ran 10:48 earlier. Now, our first of two Morrises. This is Valmore. Valmore ran a 6:95. This is 7 miles an hour. Ooh, that is not what you want. We're going to back her up. You see the crew waving in the back. Like, hey, come on back, come on back. So this is a new car for Valmore. And end up winning a category in the modified class. She ran a whole bunch of below 7-second runs, and Steve said, you know, we're getting her comfortable in it. We don't want to dial it up too much, but we know when the time is right, we'll get her in the 60s. The car has plenty of power. She went 6:95 at 206 miles an hour to lead the Pro Modified category right now. Val's looking for 2 more 6-second passes. Hopefully she gets the first one right here. The 2010 model Camaro out of Michigan with 514 against you. Here comes the 6688 at 205 miles an hour. There's Valerie Moore. And that will continue to hold the top spot in the Pro Modified radial class. Now Steve Moore coming up in the Beastmaster wagon. This is the 3-mile wood grain wagon. He also went 695 at 207 miles an hour. That puts him in the number 2 spot behind Nick Taylor at the moment. And he picks up 500 for the second, and that will keep the pressure on Nick Taylor, your current leader in Unlimited. He knows he doesn't have a cakewalk coming in here. Now he knows it's just a little bit closer between the two. All right, folks, now we're going to move to the 275 radial class. The 275 radial class is cars that are a minimum weight, stock suspension, 8.50 and slower is what they must run. We'll start with the Mustang and a Cutlass. Eric Falk riding in top. The 83 Cutlass out of Ohio ran a personal best, 861.0. That puts him in the number 2 spot behind Rick Russell, who we will see in just a little bit. Left hand side is Cole Weimar. That is the second son out of the Weimar family. He's chased down the air is not as good, so that explains it. Now, if Eric runs that number continuously, he can open up that number 2 or number 3 spot. We have yet to see what Rick Russell will do. Our current leader will run 860 with a 9. He was in front by 1,000 for the second. A 1902 at 65 miles an hour. So Cole Weimar now has 2 tickets to his credit. Here comes the next pick. Dennis Hinkle and Tommy Dupree. Hinkle had problems with the Camaro on day number 1. basically stage figured out a 20-second time slip, so he is still in competition in the class, but he has a long way to go to lower his average. He's thinking that Tommy McCready will celebrate before the start, but it might take a little bit. 133 for Tommy McCready. This is Tommy a chance to get the number 3 spot. All right, attention to the bids, attention to this. Competitors, listen up, please. From this point forward, lane assignments will be as follows. So the guys slowed significantly. 1.2 seconds slower than what he ran on Thursday. So right now, if they were to turn those licenses, then Eric with the Oldsmobile would actually leapfrog Rick Russell into the number 1 spot, and Tommy McCready would be in the number 3 spot. That's how much stuff can change, folks. But again, it is not until they turn the time slip in. And again, we are now going to go from class-specific lane calls to tire-based and EP-based lane calls. So once again, drag radius. Drag radial, listen up, you will go into one of 4 lanes. Drag radial, listen up, you will go into one of 4 lanes. 849 and quicker cars on drag radial, lanes 1 and 2. Cars running drag radials 849 and quicker, lanes 1 and 2. Cars on drag radials 850 and slower on the quarter mile will take you to lanes 3 and 4. And cars on slicks will take you to lanes 5 and 6. Folks, since everybody has now made a first shot down the racetrack, there is a chance the stuff is going to get a little more spotty now on when people come up. So you've got a little bit of time. Summit Motorsports Park concession stand. Grab yourself something good to eat or drink. Don't forget about the ice cream and while you're down there, go and visit the Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park gift shop. You can grab yourself an official Turn and Burn shirt from the gift shop. Remember, anything that you purchase today, make sure you get your receipt and hang on to it. Go over to the Mickey Thompson trailer and you can get entered to win a 4-pack of Mickey Thompson wheels. Also, Mike Finnegan is about to, or he may actually already be doing it. Let me go take a look real quick. He may be. But they'll be working on that for the next couple of hours between him, Joe Cole, and David Williams, and I believe they may actually get some assistance from some people. So if you want to go check out the engine swap of the wheel-standing F100 pickup truck, or the F6 pickup truck, known as Stubby Bob, go over and check out the Mike Finnegan camp. He is located right in the center of the pit area. Just look for the red stretched limousine style pickup truck. All right, attention to the bids, racers, listen up, please. Again, we have made a change. We are going to continue with class calls. I was given incorrect information. We are going to stick with class calls until further notice. Again, we are not going to go to just individual lanes based on tire. We are going to call classes by their own until further notice. So for second session, DYO, the dial your own class. DYO, the dial your own class, lanes 1 and 2. DYO, lanes 1 and 2. Take Pro DYO, lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro DYO, lanes 3 and 4, please. And I will take gassers, A and B. Gassers, lanes 5 and 6, please. Gassers, lanes 5 and 6, please. This is your second session, first call of the lane. Once again, DYO, dial your own, lanes 1 and 2. Dial your own, lanes 1 and 2. Pro dial your own, let's see, 50 to 999 class. Pro dial your own, lanes 3 and 4. We'll take gassers, lanes 5 and 6. Gassers, lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, our first pair out here in our second back into a 10-0, and Bruce goes 10:39, 1:39. Kathy slows a little bit, goes 12:33, slows from the 12:29. That's 110 miles an hour. Again, the dial run, pro dial run, you try to the earlier number that you ran as possible. Right now, Todd Taylor is in full control. He's got an 1190 with an 8 and an 1190 with a 7. He is 1,000 apart on the two runs. Nick Turra, William Wise come up next. Wise driving the blue 2018 model Camaro out of Ohio right side. He's lined up with Nick Turra. Nick's driving the dark red 95S10 out of Connecticut. On day number 1, he goes 12:45 with a 4 at 109 miles an hour. That's a good lap. It'll put him within 500 of a second of what he ran previously. 12:60 and 1:25 for William Wise, Todd Rock. Once again, folks, all competitors today will need to have 2 time slips to turn in. So that means that they need to make at least 2 runs. They can make more than that if they choose to do so, and then pick what time slips they want to handle. Then it'll get down there first. He goes 12 flat with a 5. 112 miles an hour, 14:37, and 2 miles an hour stop. George is right. George went 14:60 on game number 1. George ran 11:96.7, and now it's a 12 flat with a 5 to his credit. So that's pretty good. That'll put him in the top 30 so far. Here comes your next pair, Chase Reimer and Paul Fisher. Fisher's driving the 69 model Camaro. Chase on his graduation week, joining us for racing action here at the Mickey Thompson Turn and Burn with the 85. all energetic kids. They've all made their laps in it. Paul Fisher goes 1085, 123, 21 for Dave. At 93 miles an hour. Chase went 14-12 on lane number 1, so he's within 900ths of a second. It's a pretty solid run. 1085 at 123 for Paul Fisher's ride. He went 1092 on day number 1, so he's in the ballpark. He's really Here comes your next hot rod. Sean Roots, Michael Turner. Again, drivers, it is 1 run per session. We called you for the second session. It is 1 run per session. So Sean on the left-hand side, the Michigan-based B150 Dodge truck. Mike Turner driving the Dodge Dart Swinger out of Michigan as well. So we have a pair. He is a full second over now. 1141 and 123. Michael Turner goes 1180 and 113 in the Dodge Dart Swinger. Looking to see where that puts it. Turner went 1175 and now 1180. So he's in pretty good shape. He's within 500ths of a second. Again, a lot of these people coming out here, folks, have their vehicles down in. They've run a drag and drive before, so it may come down to thousandths of a second to separate them here as we continue to work through. Mike Moore, the pickle pitch. He has been pickup truck right side. Looks like pickle pitch will get down there first. 1141, 1144 for Aaron Darnell. We'll take a quick look and see where that puts them. And it looks like Darnell is still a little quick. He's about 2/10 of a second quicker than he should be. He went 1140. Went 1144 here. He went 1163 earlier in the week. So still needs to slow it down if he's looking to maintain consistency. On the opposite side, Michael Moore in the pickle pitch was 1273. So he's over a full second quicker. So right now, again, the leader of the clubhouse based on 2 runs only, should be Don Taylor. Nick Turo, Jared Wary, Paul Fisher, and Mike Turner, all within striking distance. They're all 500ths of a second or closer between 2 runs. And it looks like we are going to send some personnel for the top end of the racetrack, folks. So we are going to be on hold here for a minute. So we're going to be on hold here for a few minutes. Once again, folks, you can see all the cars coming by you here in the hot car lane. Michael Turner in his recently spruced up Dodge Dart Swinger. Good to see him back in competition. He is a drag and drive veteran. He has done a bunch of it. So unfortunately, it looks like Aaron Darnell might have had the drive chassis checked up. Go over and talk to Nick Taylor. He knows exactly how you feel. Yeah, maybe he can give you some words of encouragement. Maybe he can tell you how to patch it back together. So that means that we will put our next pair on hold here for just a quick minute or two. That really sweet looking 65 Ranchera and the 2014 model four-door of Yvonne Hutchins. Yvonne is another driver that has a good chance of making a top 3 appearance. Right now, I believe she is separated on her 2 runs by about 700ths of a second. By the way, this thing has great burnout. Yeah, that's really good burnout. As soon as we get the all clear from the top end, we will get back to racing action here, folks, at the inaugural Mickey Thompson Turn and Burn, brought to us by Summit Racing for the Motorsports. Wait a second. What do we got going on here? I see 6 cars on the left side of the racetrack, and I see something that looks like it's very clearance zone. It actually looks like it's going to clearance zone. You can go around, sir. I mean, this looks way cooler, but okay, so you cleared the first 2-ish. Oh, lack of traction on top of the SUV. Uh-oh. Up, we'll back it up, we'll try it again. There we go. Driver's like, what SUV? Oh, good, I got this. Across the second set, across the third set, and officially complete. Put your hands together, folks. Managed to clear all, even though it looked like we were going to get stuck there for just a minute. All right, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits are unlimited iron contest competitors. Unlimited iron. I'll take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Unlimited iron. Unlimited iron. We'll take you to lanes 1 and 2. Unlimited. The unlimited class. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Unlimited lanes 3 and 4, please. Patrick McGinnis and Yvonne Hutchins, the 65 Ranchero right-hand side. Yvonne Hutchins right-hand side. 7-second run. She tries to tighten up her chances to grab a top three. 1188, she slows down a whole bunch. 111 miles an hour, took her foot out early. 1375 at 107 for Patrick McGinnis. He went 1271 on Thursday, so that tire spin cost him a full second. So Yvonne Hudson, no doubt, will be back for the third shot. But she has gone 1177 and 1171. The 1188 will take her too far out of contention. Next there, the 50 and Tim Tuesman. Could be spicy. As you need my apologies for butchering your name. It's one way or the other. I'm not getting it right. Yep. The LS2 on board. He's going to get the finish line first, 1328, 101. 1363, also at 101 miles an hour for Tim Tuesman in the 67 and pickup truck. Tuesman went 1380 earlier in the week, so that gives him about a tenth and a half that he had to play with. On the opposite side, Bean ran 1229, so he's about a full second slow of what he ran earlier. He comes to next to Rod Horn and Chad Beach. Beach driving the caddy, 10-6 capable caddy. He ran 1097 on Thursday. Rod Horn on the right-hand side, driving the Mercury to 3. Ran a 1040. Welcome a little over earlier, pace 1103, 127 for Pete. 1114 and 127 for Ron Horn. Horn is about 7 tenths off his earlier pace. And 1300 off his pace. It would probably get him a top 10 spot, but again, you need to narrow that window just a little more. Narrow that window. Derek Adams and Derek Pilati. It's an all Derek starting line. They actually color names differently. Derek Pilati drives the Mustang left side. Derek Adams drives the Geo left side. Derek is doing a lot less work than the other two. Derek Adams is going to get there first over Derek in the other lane. 1186 for the Geo, 1190 with a 0 for the Mustang. And for Derek and the Mustang, that's about 6 tenths quicker than the one he ran on day number 1. For Derek Adams, on the other hand, he is right where he is. 1185 0 and 1186 with an 8. So Derek Adams just inserted himself into the conversation. If he turned those splits in 1185 0 and 1186 8, that would put him 18 thousandths of a second as his spread. Now, like I said, it does not get around Todd Taylor, but it gets close. You would possibly have a top 3 spot to work up. So go Caraway and leave the guards. Come up next, Nathan's driving the Cadillac. Well, Mark gets there first, 1191, 119. 13 flat with a 0 at the end. That's all 0 for Nathan. 108 for the gas. Now for Nathan, he went 1248 on Thursday. That slows us down about a half a second. For Nicole, she's about a tenth and a half slow. She ran 1176 on Thursday, so she would probably want to come back and try to whittle that difference down to slow. All 4 battles that. Jake Drymar's left-hand side, Andrew Wansley right-hand side. Wansley's driving the 82 Mustang. Jake's driving the along with his brother Cole and Sandy and Cole and Father Jim watching him go down the racetrack. 14-16 for Chase. That'll insert his name into the car for a top three. That's only 400 to the second off what he ran on Thursday. Hello, Chase. I see you, buddy. That gets within about a quarter of a second. Here comes the guy who should be your leader right now, Todd Taylor. 1190 with a 7, 1190 with an 8. That's how close he is. He's arming up with Israel Smith in that really clean. 1190 is the split. Real hard to get around. 1190 with a 1. He has 3 runs, ladies and gentlemen, 7 thousandths of a second apart. That is going to be really tough. On the opposite side is actually a pretty solid run considering he went 14-16 earlier in the week, so he's within 700ths of a second. But right now, Todd Taylor sits in a real good position. Now, if he wanted to, he can come back around and try to get that number a little closer to the 1190 with a 7 or an 8 and tighten that margin up a little. Mark Frazier right side, Garrett Hall left side. The Irons high right now. Now that will put him about 33 thousandths of a second apart from his first run, so he inserts his name into the possibilities of a top three. 33 thousandths apart. 11:17 for Garrett Hall. As I believe Garrett Hall ran in the 1170s earlier, trying to find it here. Yep, 1178 with a 2, so he's within 600 seconds. Now Douglas Hall comes up, the Ohio-based car. See what he clicks off right here. All goes 1185, 117 miles an hour. So for Douglas, he went 11:56 earlier, so that slows him down a tick. Mike Reimers, Corey Kent, as we move into Pro Dial Your Own. Pro Dial Your Own. The 999 winner category. Looking for something in the 90-second range. Reimers looking better than the 2 earlier. 966 at 140. We'll put Reimers within 500 of a second of what he ran on the first day. That'll bring up Morgan Evans. Morgan has the quickest dial your own entry off the property. She ran 9:05 on the first day. On her first lap earlier today, she went a 9:42. So she's flat performance. Side 9:07 at 147 miles an hour, and Jason should be celebrating. Jason should be celebrating. If I keep saying it, maybe you'll actually hear me. At 147 miles an hour, now Morgan has 2 runs with an 18,000. Will not give her overall commanding class quite yet. He does have 3 runs. That second run is like 4/10 of a second. Not only for that, here comes Mark Fisher. 9:33 with a 2 earlier and went 9:39 here, so that puts him about 700 of a second apart. So all 3 competitors. First man out here, Nate Gassman, Michael Heston, and Jake Radiak rematch one more time. Heston goes 14-13 to 113 in the F100. 997 to 124 for Jake Radiak stays very consistent. He's got a 997, a 997, and a 998. Jeremy Bonnet in the last penny, 33 Willys going 9:14, 137. Unofficially, that should capture the A-gap class as he has gone 880, 932, and 9:14. 1240 and 107 for Jake Marshall in the GTO. I think that's his best run in the 2 days. Yes, it is by 900 for the second. This is the University of Northwestern Ohio Camaro making a lap. They're just getting a tune-up shot on the racetrack. They have no data. We went no time here, folks. They didn't want to show their hand because they're going to be match racing against Morgan Evans later. How about our first pair of gassers, Jake Graniak and Michael Heston? If you like the gassers, folks, make sure you let them know as they roll by. Pretty cool to see like the old school style newspaper hoodie about Jake Graniak, 55 and the old school F100 pickup truck. There's a little thing about the gassers. They really capture what it's like in all zero and rapid. We know what it is. Pro Mod Radio, Pro Mod Radio, Pro Mod Radio, 5 or 6 weeks, Pro Mod Radio. Lanes 5 or 6 weeks, Pro modified radial, lanes 5 and 6. 275 radial, 275 radial, pick your lanes 1 and 2, please. 275 radial, lanes 1 and 2. All right, folks, so right now I'm getting some details that we are probably going to skip Unlimited Iron and Unlimited Sessions. I believe that they are all enjoying a deal with each other. Hopefully came back for a third session. All of our 2 radial sessions. All right, folks, as I mentioned earlier, keep in mind that Mike Finnegan and crew are swinging a new engine to abbreviated Robert, otherwise are commonly known as Stubby Bob. They were extraditing the "it does not run" engine. It looks like it is removed. Yep, I see the new one hanging on the cherry pepper. So if you want to go over and check that out, he's in the middle part of the pit area. Now, a lot of our competitors, back from making a couple of runs, are cooling their vehicles off. A lot of people are looking at what they ran, and in the case of the Pro Dial Your Own and the Dial Your Own category, they're looking at their spreads and going, hey, do I need another run? What do I need to keep on this? right, folks, so this is the Martino family, and this is a top dragster. This is basically not an insult because some people don't like referring to it that way, but this is basically real fast bracket racing. Top dragster, top sports are run on a sports history. You can run 6, 10, and 12, and you must through the top at 654, and that is lifting early at 191 miles an hour. That dragster will normally go well over 200 with that ProCharge big block on board. 420 at 171. Normally, if you do the math on that, that should equate to something in the 630 range at about 215 to 220. Tell you what, that thing probably, if I was going to take a stab at it, probably pulls about 2.5 to 3 Gs off the starting line, and it never stops pulling. Well, until you take your foot off, then it stops. But it's pretty cool hot rod. Go over and check it out in the pit area. They are former world champions and multi-time event winners. And again, you have to qualify in a class of 32. And a lot of the times that you are in the better field, the bump, meaning the bottom spot to run an eliminations will be in the 640, 650 range. All right, folks, so just a little bit of racetrack touch-up here as we get ready to go into, I believe we should have at least one unlimited car. I believe Jeff Welch is back around, I was told. Pro Modified Radial and 275 Radial are in the lane. Folks, racers, this is mostly geared towards you. The spectators, keep in mind, you can do this as well. Make sure you go down and visit Mike Davis at Moto Legends. He's the official event photographer. He has his black gooseneck trailer located right next to station lane number 8. It's right behind the tower. He's got all kinds of cool stuff. Beyond just regular event photos, and he prints them on site. That's a really cool thing. You don't have to wait for it. You can take it home with you. He has lots of cool other things that you can get right here today. Don't have to wait to get them shipped. He's got all kinds of cool things, including t-shirts, mugs, license plates, tumblers, all kinds of cool things. If there is a car that you like, and you want to get that on something, whether it's your car or not, go down and see it. He can get it taken care of for you. I mean, like, for example, if you wanted to get Alex Taylor's car on a shirt and take it over to her and go, hey, sign this way, he can help with that. He can get you the shirt. He's got to go over and talk to Alex Taylor. She will more than likely gladly sign that shirt. So our 275 radial cars are in the lane. That class has been shuffled just a little bit. As everybody slowed down a little bit from their Thursday first shot. Right now, if cars were to hand in their time slips, it would be a reversal of the top 2 spots with Rick Russell, who's driving the Little Red Express pickup truck. Did not have a good first run. That's okay. He's still got plenty of time to make 2 more runs. If he comes back around in that hot rod, it's Eric and the old Cutlass right next to him after running a personal best 861.0. Laid down an 871 on his first run. So he's about a 10th of a second slow, but he's decent in competition. He's in the number 2 spot still because unofficially we haven't turned anything in yet. In front of that, the main man at Summit Racing, Tommy Dupree, his brand new Mustang, and when I say brand new, I don't mean like it's 2026 brand new, but it's brand new to him. And Tommy debuting that car here, he's running best of 1025. In front of that, Dennis England and Camaro, he got that car back together in time to stage it for a 22nd pass on Thursday. He staged the competition. He could actually, since he has a third time flipping his hands, if he did run a second pass, so now he can take the third one. And then he can officially say he completed Ricky Thompson's turnaround. In front of them is Cole Reimer, the tire melting man himself, Cole Reimer. He told me he was having some transmission issues when I saw him at the hotel, so and he was Cole's on the head. So that is probably why he ran a slow pass on his first one. And again, as long as you stage the car under power, under its own power, and you get the free drop, you can get a 20-second time slip, and that officially keeps you in competition. They did the drive, so they got that part done. They went to the textbook, they got that part done. All he needs is one more run, and Cole can say, hey, I completed the first ever Mickey Thompson tournament. And folks, you talk to people that make a personal best run or a really good run and the car breaks, and they don't finish the event. And they go back and go, I wish that I would have concentrated more on finishing the event. That is the big difference on a drag and drop. You can run a great number, but if you don't finish the event, according to most, it doesn't mean anything. All you basically get is a little bit of bragging rights on what you ran. You didn't finish the event, though. Jeff Watt has his car fired up, and he's ready to come to the water box. Jeff Watt, who's the 69 Camaro out of Pennsylvania, right-hand side. This is the same car that you have seen on Street Outlaws. It's the same car that won the NMCA Pro Street World Championship. It is the same car that held the drag and drive record for 9 years with a 619 average vote. Average. Not a single month. Now, Jeff, as I mentioned earlier, has changed engine combination. He now has a M8 power plant underneath the skin of the Camaro. When they were out here in testing, This car had a 996 60 foot. It's up with 1 second flat 60 foot. It is also, he said, running 604 at 210 mile an hour. Jeffrey switched back and forth with a couple different types of tires. And his intention is trying to figure out what this car likes the best. He ran a couple runs on it. He ran a couple of laps off the Goodyear. He's now back on the Goodyear. He's going to try that this time around. His last run, 621 on the stick, 230 miles an hour. It is the best speed of the event, and the best speed for what so far? It is on a tear. 616 and 215 as Jeff Lutz finds some more performance. 102 to the 60-foot, 403 at 189 to half track. 616 with a 9. 215 miles an hour. That means he lifted early, folks. But Lutz knocks a little bit more. He teed off the mark. And he will continue to hold low ET in the event so far. Jake Hansen going down in the F-150. He goes 1051, 134. Give him a chance at a top 5 finish in that hot rod. Now here comes the beginning of the 275 class. Here comes Cole Rylar. We talked about Mike Rylar, Dave Rylar, Dave Rylar. Oh, Cole 38 second and third gear. That's what it is. 10:33. Look at Jim put his hands in the air. So if you don't think that families still enjoy coming to the racetrack and a drag and drive and celebrate the little victories, Jim's reaction and positive that it is more than just the driver. It is all about the family and the crew and the friends that come along and do this with you. So good job on Cole. Jason Thompson, he is the free. Time free. Look at him. He's got his hand out the window. There's he is in the finish line first. He's got 3 lights of ice cream coming his way. Also, all competitors, keep in mind, if you would like to grab some ice cream, that will be available at the Mickey Thompson trailer starting in 15 minutes. Once again, all competitors, if you would like some ice cream, that will be starting at the Mickey Thompson trailer in about 15 minutes. All spectators, enthusiasts, if you'd like to join the autograph session at the Mickey Thompson trailer, that will also take place starting in about 15 minutes. You can go over and grab an autograph from your favorite driver, including Alex Taylor, Nick Taylor, Mike Finnegan. I'm not sure if Morgan Evans will be over there. She might actually be making a pass in her T150. We'll have to see. Looks like they are prepping the truck to come back around. We're getting some DYO competitors coming into the lanes. I see several of them in the lanes already. As once again, competition in that class is fierce. There are no less than half a dozen competitors, 500 of a second or closer to what they have run so far. Now, based on what I'm seeing, it looks like Todd Taylor might sit this one out. Or he might be coming back up. I'm not seeing whether he's staying or not. Right now, he is unofficially the leader because no one has turned in all the time slips, so we do not have a final average yet. But Taylor has kind of got the mark to meet. He's got a 7/1000th of a second spread between 3 runs. 1190 with an 8, 1190 with a 7, 1190 with a 1. And that is over 2 different days with 2 very different sets of weather conditions. So like I said, Taylor, if he wants to, could stay in the pits and hang out, kind of see if anybody gets close to him. And if they do, then he might go ahead and wheel his car back out and go, you know what, okay, let's see if we can tighten it up a little bit. Because that 7,000 for the second spread is unofficial. Like I said, no one has turned in a time slip yet for today. So no one is really, quote unquote, locked in. I'm just telling you how close everybody is. Now for Alex Taylor, she is running a class that is designated on quickest average. Right now, nobody else has run 660 time slips or a 650 time slip. And Alex Taylor has that. So as long as she texts okay and everything is timed and scored okay, Alex will unofficially take home the Unlimited Iron Class title. Once again, to all of you that are joining us here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park, all of you fans of the grandstands, we do appreciate each and every one of you being here for day number 3 of the Mickey Thompson Tournament, brought to us by Summit Racing Equipment and powered by Stick the Magazine. We really do appreciate all of you being here because Mother Nature has really thrown us a lot of different weather conditions, and thankfully today has been much better. Looks like we are just about ready to come out with Dial Your Own. And once again, folks, to give you a recap on Dial Your Own, the Dial Your Own and Pro Dial Your Own is all about consistency. It's about how close can you run to your specific PT. It's not about who you're lined up with. It's about who and running what you can. So, for example, if it's Todd Taylor, I'm going to with 311.90 runs, just 7,000 seconds apart. I'm one of the guys that have a real good chance to challenge for a top spot is Jake Reimer. He's left side of the racetrack in the fancy 5 LTD. He skipped his high school walk session here in Michigan. Right now, he's got 2 runs, moving forward for the second in that LTD. He would like to get something third in that ballpark or a little closer. 11:02 for Chad Beach, right side the caddy. 13:98 at 95 miles an hour. It's nowhere close to what he needs for the spread. But you see Jim and Nicole celebrate because I'm going to assume that is his personal best EP. And this gets his thumbs up. Thank you. That was a guess. I think it's 14:09 with the previous one. Does that sound all right? I think that's what he ran previously. But yeah, 13:98 at 95 miles an hour out of a very storied LTD. So Jace, we will see that. So it looks like Elon out talking to Yvonne Hutchins. And unfortunately, Hutchins is going to go backwards, and that is not what we wanted to see. Luckily, it looks like there is no fluid under the car, so hopefully it's just something small and she can get it taken a look at. Nick Turo will come up right hand side. The 95 Minute pickup truck out of Connecticut. Now, he has 2 runs to his credit within 500 for the second. He has gone 9:40, 12:45 with a 4, and 12:50 with a 6. So Turo looking for something in that range. He goes 12:38 with a 7. He actually goes quicker at 110 miles an hour, so that will not hit his spread, but it will get him a third run. So if he wanted to, he could be complete technically with the Mickey Thompson turn and burn. But we will probably see him back. Caraway and Michael Turner. Mike Turner goes 11:76, 12:06 for Nicole Caraway. I believe. Yeah, that's good. Mike Turner, right where he needs to be. 11:76 with a 0 will get him in the ballpark. He started with an 11:75 with a 2. An 11:76 0 is 8 thousandths apart. That's 1,000th behind Todd Taylor. If he gets the third run, that keeps him in that ballpark range. Now, Turner also has an 11:80 to his credit, so we may have to see that. Caraway goes 12:06 at 116 in the Charger. Let's see where Caraway ends up. So Caraway has 11:76. Out of Ohio right side. Gabby needs to go like about 12:21. She goes 12:41, about 2 tenths slower than that, 110 miles an hour. 12:48 for Dean. And Dean might have just reinserted himself in the picture. 12:29. He's still about 10 minutes. I heard that John Taylor is back in the lead. He's in the rear of the lane. Now, he doesn't have to make this run, but he might want to tighten up that 7,000 because right now he knows that Mike Turner is within earshot, and he also knows that there's a couple other cars within a couple hundredths of a second. So if you can get that 7,000 down to like 5,000, 4,000, you're going to make it real hard for somebody to get inside of it. Sean Root, Paul Fisher next. Fisher. That's his best run of the day today. He's still a little slow from Thursday. 124 miles an hour, 1094 for Paul Fisher. So Paul Fisher right now has 2 time slips within 200ths of a second. That would give him a solid shot at a top 3 finish. Duggan's going to get there first. Left 41, 121 for the NASCAR base Grand Prix. 13:03 and 1:05 for Nathan. Adams on the right-hand side, driving the Geo with the Ford on board. Bob George driving the Chevy with the bow tie underneath the hood. Looking like some smoke out of a pickup truck. 1182 at 112 miles an hour on the right-hand side for Derek Adams. And that's not bad, considering he went 1185 with a 0, and then went 1186 with an 8. So right now, his spread would be 45,000 to the second between 3 runs. And it looks like we're going to be down here for just a quick minute while we take a look at that smoke. All right, while we have a quick moment, folks, attention in the pits, my unlimited and unlimited iron classes. Listen up, unlimited and unlimited iron classes. We'll take it to lanes 1 and 2. Unlimited and unlimited iron. We'll take it to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Modified Radio, lanes 3 and 4. Pro Modified Radio, lanes 3 and 4. 275 radio, take it to lanes 5 and 6, please. Once again, unlimited iron and unlimited, lanes 1 and 2. Unlimited iron and unlimited, lanes 1 and 2. Pro Modified Radio, lanes 3 and 4. Pro Modified Radio, lanes 3 and 4. 275 radio, lanes 5 and 6, please. Here comes a really cool Geo tracker of Derek Adams. Seldom seen hot rod, and it's got a 351 blue oval. Yeah, it's got a Ford on board underneath the hood. So racers, spectators, listen up please. A couple things while we're getting our next pair ready to come to the water. Keep in mind the autograph session is underway at the Mickey Thompson trailer. It is located just a little bit of a walk, not much, past the concession area underneath the grandstands. As you get into the open, you'll see the two black Mickey Thompson trailers. Your favorites are over there, signing right now. Actually, there might be one or two of them that are missing that are coming in late for their third shot. And all competitors, keep in mind, ice cream is available at the Mickey Thompson trailer. Competitors, if you signed up to race here, you have free ice cream waiting for you at the Mickey Thompson trailer. Rod Horn and Patrick McGinnis come up here. Rod Horn left to the side. Patrick McGinnis driving the beautiful Range Zero right-hand side. Rod is going to get there first for the Mercury Capri, goes 11:03 at 1:28. 12:82 for Patrick McGinnis. Driving the car/pickup truck. We have an 82 Mercury Capri, now the 82 model Ford Mustang. Mark Frazier, a local favorite, guy that bracket races quite a bit. He has a chance at a top three finish, but right now Frazier has a 10 flat with a 5 and a 10.03. He needs to tighten that up just a little bit if he wants to move up the rank. Garrett Hall left side, driving the and that's where that Ford Mustang heading towards the finish line. He will go 10.02 with a 1. He sends it down a good amount. Right now, if he turned in his 3 runs, 10 flat with a 5, 10.03 with a 3, 10.02 with a 1, his spread was top spot. Garrett goes 11.58 at 1:13, and for Garrett, that is his quickest run so far of the 3 days. And while it's good, and you should celebrate it, for Garrett, that's about a 10th of a second when he ran on Thursday, so he would get a little closer to the 11.78 hit. Israel Smith and Mike. Did a great job on that car. Israel Smith driving the Ranger, the combat pickup truck, side by side, 11:47, 1:21 for more. 14:15 at 97 miles an hour for Smith Ranger. Our next bet, little Camaro versus Mustang action on the start. Jim Becerra and William Watt. Wise on the right-hand side, driving the Ohio-based Camaro. Becerra on the left-hand side, driving the Wisconsin. That's 2 out of 3 strikes. Wise on the 11:46, 1:35 in the Camaro. And for Jim Becerra, unfortunately, that run was a whole lot of negativity. Mustang and Andrew Wamsley. Tuesman jumped out for the lead initially, but Wamsley coming around him. They're going to cross the finish line almost together, and the truck gets back around. dial your own, the BYO category. This is Todd Taylor. Taylor on the right-hand side has a 3:11.90 time slip to his credit. Can he tighten it up over a 7? He needs to run closer, and he slows down about 12 thousandths of a second, so that will not help him at all. Speaking of which, folks, if you have the 2-time slip that you want to turn in, please go and see Tommy Turk in the guest services building. That's the blue building. That is the first building on the left. If you come from where the big Thompson trailer is, that's the pit area. Just walk just past that on the concrete walkway, and it'll be the first spot on your left. Go look at the toe dial up here. Right now, Blackheart is solidly second place. He's on 951, 966. He goes 10:09. He slows down a whole lot. Corey Pan. Hello, Corey Pan. 993 with a 1 for Corey Pan. That will get him back in the game. So right now, Corey Pan with 2 runs within 6 thousandths of a second. That's good. Now he needs the third. Here comes Morgan Evans. You just saw Morgan in the car crash. Now Morgan back behind the wheel of the Morgan Thompson. That's her YouTube channel, along with her fiance Jason, who's videoing. This is a Hurricane 6-cylinder turbocharged Dodge power plant in the D150. Morgan is looking for something in the 9. A little quicker on the 8 mile for the top end of the racetrack. 9:07.8 at 1:46 for Morgan Evans. Now, Morgan turned in all 3 of those times, but her spread would be 26,000. Morgan has 3 good runs, but I would not say we are anywhere near done yet in Pro Dial Your Own, because Corey Pan has just inserted himself into the conversation. So Jason and Morgan are probably going to need cooling humans to get ready to come back around again. That'll bring up Mike Heston, the bucket list mom, one pickup truck. What did you go back here? 1154, 115 miles an hour. This is the front of the week. They told him he had the right-hand lane, and he just about used all of it. Folks, if you like the big burnout, put your hands together. Sam, got the door open, let him hear you. Your current TV gas class leader right now, driving the Bear Automotive base, Ohio solidified, a 41 Willie on the right side of the racetrack. The good news, folks, is those tires are more than likely hot and sticky. He's going to do a little dry hop. Now we'll go ahead and do a second. And then we'll just do a half a third. Neil right now in full control of the pediatric category. The Kingdom 3 is what ran on Thursday. One more, 2 runs. Sam looking to put a camera on it. It should be his best pass of the week. 10:74, 1:24. That indeed is his best run of the week. And unofficially, that should wrap it up for Sam Beresford in the pediatric category. We have unlimited and unlimited iron, along with robot radio and robot by radio 75 radio to come next. Rick Taylor, the man who is leading the unlimited category, is in the lane with the 91 Camaro, driving his first shot and locked down an unofficial title in his category, where we would have, I'm going to say, possibly the first, if not one of very few husbands and wives that will be holding the #1 trophies in their category at the end of a Dragon Drive. All right, folks, well, we continue to touch up the racetrack. There's a couple things I want to go over with you once again. All competitors, if you have the times that you are ready to turn in, please take those. To Tanya Church, she is in guest services. That's the first blue building on the left side of the racetrack after you go past the Mickey Thompson display. Please make sure that you bring your checkpoint photos so she can check those off. And then as soon as you are done with that, you can grab yourself some ice cream from the Mickey Thompson display. They have ice cream available. All enthusiasts on the grounds. We have the autograph session going on right now. I know Mike Finnegan is also working on swapping Stubby Bob over. I haven't looked over the edge of the ledge yet to see how he's doing. We still have a third session to complete here, and then we will go to an all-run. Competitors looking up, please. Competitors looking up, please. The third session, the one we are currently in, we are going to complete the session, and then we will go to an all-run format where we will separate you based on tire. So we will call a fast radial lane, a slow radial lane, and a slick lane. That'll be how we designate them going forward after this session. We will aim to finish things up at 4 o'clock, and then give Tanya and her crew some time to go over all the awards and results to be able to tabulate the averages of class winners, and then we will do the award ceremony around 6 o'clock. It might be a little sooner than that, it just depends. So make plans accordingly if you need to make a lap, or more than one lap, to be in the lanes before 4 o'clock. At 4 o'clock is when we're going to shut things down. Up until 5? Okay, never mind. I have been told we've extended it a little bit. We will run until 5 p.m. Now again, we are planning to run until 5 o'clock. That is... Okay, so Kelly is hand signaling me incorrectly. So let's go back. Let's reset. Erase my last sentence. Back to original. We will stop racing at 4. So make sure if you need to make another run that you are in the lanes before 4 o'clock, before we close them. When you come to the lane, please make sure you come as prepared as possible other than an air pressure adjustment and getting on your safety gear. Awards are actually going to get bumped up a little bit on time. It looks like we will do awards at 5 o'clock, not 6 o'clock. Spectators and enthusiasts, keep in mind, your chance to win a set of 4 Mickey Thompson wheels is still available. The way you do so is make any purchase, it doesn't matter what it is, any purchase, at the gift shop or at concession. And to be honest, who doesn't want ice cream right now? If you want to go over and grab some ice cream, that counts as a purchase. Make sure you hang on to your receipt. Go over to the Mickey Thompson trailer, take a photo of yourself with the Turn and Burn logo, put it on your favorite social media, and hashtag it or airdrop it with Mickey Thompson Tires tag. Go over and see the fine folks at Mickey Thompson Trailers. Show them your receipt. Also, show them your post. And I mean, if Nick only had a mullet, that would make this just a little better. He's got a cue ball smooth head. But I mean, you know, it's Sticky Bobby. Alex Taylor, your unofficial Unlimited Iron winner, once again sitting there looking like she's trying to wrap Christmas presents. And Nick got everything all picked up on the window glass last time, and it held true. Taylor right now is leading the Unlimited category over Steve Morris and Sean Skipper. He went 278, 208 on Thursday, but unfortunately blew the windows out of it. Today, he ran I believe, 691. I've got to find it. Yep, 691 and 181. Sticking his foot out of it early. We wanted to make sure the glass stayed intact. If he makes another really good 670 or 680 pass, he should be okay. And now he's actually looking under the car. They thought they saw something. Actually, now they're looking even harder and think they might see something. And Dennis is now looking. Luckily, they caught it right before he staged. Dennis is going to reach in there. Looks like they found just a little bit of something. It really is a group effort here on Uncle Sam. 8:09 at 1:31. Now that completes his third run, but it opens the door to Sean Skipper and Steve Morris. Another good 9-second pass on at 9:12 at 1:49 for Tom Bailey. That, I believe, is his best run. He's on 9:12, 9:14, and 9:16. So they obviously got the thing on repeat. Competitors, listen up, please. Competitors, listen up, please. If you are able to tow a competitor back from the top end of the racetrack, we have a gentleman in need at the top end. We need a tow back to the pit area for a gentleman. If you can help us out, please go to the top end with some kind of a tow rope or a strap so he can come back. If you could do so, we would greatly appreciate it. Here comes Tommy Dupree from Summit Racing Equipment. Category. A 10.50 each half. Goes 10, 10, and 135. He's in for the 8.5. So great run there for Tommy Dupree. All right, here comes your incoming class lead, Rick Russell. Russell, 863 with an 8 at 154 miles an hour. That's the running in. Here comes Tom Bailey in the Dodge Start down the hot car lane. That will no means secure it for Rick Russell, though, because I do know the old Scotland. Right behind him in the standings. For Cole Weimar. Who needs first here for Cole Weimar? He's good. He's got it. All right, so Eric Clark comes up in the old Cutlass. Attention in the pit, attention in the pit. Racers, we are now in an all-run session, meaning you can make as many runs as you want, as many times as you want. Before we cut the rear of the lane, radial flat cars, radial flat cars 860 or 850 and slower, lanes 3 and 4. Split car cars lanes 5 and 6. That will be what we run to the end of run time. So again, radial power cars 849 and quicker lanes 1 and 2. Radial power cars 850 and slower lanes 3 and 4. Split car cars lanes 5 and 6. You can bring them up at this time. So Eric Clark has an 861 with the electric platform on board to the top end left-hand side. 862 at 156 for Eric. That will put all the pressure back on Rick Russell. This is going to be a dogfight, folks. Eric, 861.0, 863.7, those are his 3 runs. Russell, 860 with a 9, 865 with a 0, 863 with an 8. So Eric right now is probably in the lead by about 100. Rick Russell's going to have to cool it, bring it back, and try to get his average down. Folks, we are officially now in an all-run session. All run is been called. Radial powered cars, 849 and quicker lanes 1 and 2. Radial powered cars, 849 and quicker lanes 1 and 2. Radial powered cars, 850 and slower lanes 3 and 4. Radial powered cars, 850 and slower lanes 3 and 4. Slick powered cars, lanes 5 and 6. Slick powered cars, lanes 5 and 6. And we have some competitors that are up at the very top of their standings, or at least close to a top 3, in the lanes battling it out to try to see if they can climb that run. One of those drivers is Corey Pant. He is right at the top of the Pro Downhill category. He has 2 runs, 6 thousandths of a second apart, and he is in the lane for his 3rd shot to see if he can get that 3rd run that he needs. Another one of those gentlemen, Mike Turner, a longtime drag and drive runner in the Dodge Dart Swinger. He is back around to see if he can get another 11-second pass to narrow his spread down a little bit. So this is what will happen, folks. You'll see people as we get into the final session of the day, now because they kind of have a window where they know what they need to hit, they'll come back around and just keep making laps. And we will see 2 members of the Reimar family. We'll see Jace and Mike this go around. Jace just made his personal best pass in the LTD. And unfortunately, I'm going to say words I don't normally get to say. He needs to slow it down. Nicole's like, yeah, wait, what's he about to say? Oh, yeah, that's correct. He needs to slow it down. Because right now, Chase has a 14-12 with a 6 and a 14-16 with an 8. A 13-98 does not work well with those other 2. So I think Chase is going to be up first as I see Jim walking up. Jim has definitely gotten his steps in here this week, as he always does. Again, it is great to see families out here competing in events, whether it is a smaller event like a 3-day here at Mickey Thompson Turn and Burn, presented by Summit Racing Equipment, powered by Sigma Magazine, or at a full-week drag and drive. Ironically, the final countdown song between you. We are now officially in the final countdown. We have an hour and a half of run time remaining, and for a lot of competitors, your clock has officially started. This is your last couple of chances to see if you can get your ETs that you need to possibly climb the rung of the ladder into the top 3 of your class, get that run you need to possibly solidify a win. Nick Turro, baseline mark first. Turro, another one of the guys who has been doing there's a 1250 with a 6 and a 1245 with a 4. The SM on the right side will go 1243. It's a little quick, but it's closer. Now, Reinhardt, not that run, slows it down a little bit. 1406 with a 7 and 94 miles an hour. That means right now would have about a 10th of a second spread. Not bad, but he can tighten it up a little bit, so we will probably see him back again. Now another Reinhardt. This is Mike Reinhardt driving the Shelby on the left side. He has a 971 with a 1 and a 9 with a 5 to his credit. So he needs a run in that ballpark, or at least a little closer to his official run. That is going down right side of the cat. 979 for Reinhardt. Not a bad run. And it was really spread about 1,800. Now our next pair, 1101, by the way, for the caddy of Chad Beach, the 2-door on the right-hand side. Kathy Rogers, Corey Payne, a pair of Mopars on the starting line. By the way, Mike Turner is running the Corey Payne is running with no tack and no gauges. They both at the start. Corey looking for something in the 992, 993 range, goes 984 and picks up a whole bunch. That will not help it. Gabby Ruggo is 1245. That will not help her. Charles either. She went 1241. Mike Turner, very young. But Mike Turner is an officially adopted member of the Reimars family. Even though the Reimars are all Fords, they do adopt from the Mopar and the Chevy side of things. My paperwork finally went through. It took me, Nicole, a little extra time to get through. Right-hand side, the 69 Camaro, Paul Fisher. Paul Fisher has a 1092 with a 4 and a 1094 with a 4, so he has 2 runs within 200 seconds. Mike put himself in real good position here. 1088 for Paul Fisher. That's about 600 quicker than what he previously ran. Let me look and make sure before I say it. Wow. Michael Turner, 1175 with a 2, 1176 with a 0, 1175 with a 9. He is now 8,000. There we're driving the Charger right now. Overnight switch to the Charger. Let's put 6 to the F10. Fairway. Finally getting back in the 11. And it's about 2 tenths of a second slow from what he ran earlier. So, wow. Right now, folks, 7,000 to the second is the spread for Todd Taylor in number 1. Mike Turner is 8,000 to the second spread for number 2. That is how close the top 2 spots are in Dial Your Own. Less than 100th of a second. Again, unofficially. 1. That's a good run. That'll get him right in the wheelhouse of what he wants to be. Let's see here. Yeah, that'll work. 197 for Patrick McGinnis. We'll look and see where that puts him. Let's see about the 10. Okay, here comes our next pair. This is your incoming leader, your guy with 7,000 spread. He is hanging on the lead by a foul. Whereas Todd Taylor wants to run 1190 something. 1190 with an 8. He duplicates what he ran earlier, so he now has 4 runs with his 10,000. His spread does not percent, but he now has 2 runs of 1190 with an 8. So he has the chance to possibly cut that down. So Reimar's campaign coming right back around. Reimar. A little slow last time. Corey's hand a little quick the last time. So Corey figured, okay, let's hot lap it and see if that slows it down. He went 984 last time. Reimar's went 979 last time. Right now, about 5 minutes is going to hold on his run. He's trying to get closer. 990 with a 3. Boy, he can't tighten it down a bit. If he turns in the 990 with a 3, the 990 with a 3, with a 28,000 for the second. Reimar's goes 984, and that will not help his cause. Our next pair, Mark Frazier, Kathy Ruck. Frazier with a chance to get into the top 3. Frazier right side, Ruck left side. Frazier goes 10:01 with a 5. That will get him down there. So now, Frazier in 8,000 for the second to 3 runs. The local favorite, 12:37 for Kathy Ruck, still a little too slow. Ten at 126 for Jay Graviak. It sounded like he was whacking the throttle down there at the brake line. I don't know if Ron was telling him that he meant to do that, or maybe he's asking why he did that. You can hear it clear as day up here. Tag each of 105 at one time. That'll bring up the GTL spicy or 50 close to. Hopefully, I got one of them right. 2005 GTO left side. Derek Adams driving the Ford Power Geo Tracker. run here. 12:26 at 92 miles an hour. Got out of it early, so that won't help us. Speed goes 12:51 and 107. So Connor Taylor with 3 runs separated by 1,000. Your own category. That is going to be really, really tough to get inside of. Mike Turner coming up on team 5. The Don Stark Slinger is 8,000 apart on 3 runs. So he has a chance to tighten that a little bit. They'll line up with Dennis Single right side. And Mike Turner picks up a whole bunch. He goes 11.2. He's under what his desired number was by exactly 1,300 of a second. Right now, Michael Turner has a pretty good shot of locking up the 2nd or 3rd place spot. Patrick McGinnis is the direct. David in the Caddy. Patrick in the Ranchero. 12.85 for the Ford. 12.91 for the Caddy. Dave Bryma, Michael Evans. In the family LTV. 11.53 for Heston. 13.97, another new back for Dave Bryma. Right now, and 11.97, Jason will be ecstatic about that. I mean, yeah, sporty fans. He's from like a 992, 993. Corey Pan runs way too quick. 980 with a 2. That's his best run of the week by a lot. 981 and 139 for Reimers. It's not a bad run. That'll probably give him about a 10th of a second spread. Garrett driving the F100 pickup truck, 11.80 for Garrett, 113. 12.56 at 109 9 for Captain. Garrett has put together 3 pretty solid runs to where he has a chance of securing the top 3 finish. I'd have to go back and look at the rest of what he's run, but right now he's sitting in here on an 1178 with a 2, and an 1180 with a 1 gets a 19,000 card. Okay, here comes the University of Northern Ohio prize, the 3rd-gen Camaro. They're supposed to have a match race with Morgan Evans here coming up in a little bit. I think Morgan is still present. Here comes another new personal base for Tate. This time our team comes down to the family LTD. Oh, with the Buffalo spot right in front of us. And right behind them, several of our family members, likewise on Corey Hayes. Number 2 and number 20 is Bo Dahlia on the book, coming down to 2010 for the hot car lane. These time are all happy about it. Either personal it looks like we're going to get an EP this time on the Camaro. 9cc to 146. Back them up and get them restaged here. Fisher's driving the Camaro on the right side. Missouri driving the 94 model Mustang on the left. And every time it just looks like he bumps in. From this run, all will. They'll go 1092. That's the second 1092. It keeps the spread at about 700 seconds. Jim will need to loop back. Radial power cars 850 and slower, lanes 3 and 4. Radial power cars 850 and slower, lanes 3 and 4. Quick power cars lanes 5 and 6. Those are the lanes we are using. And I'll tell you what, this is what happens with Dahlia on and Pro Dahlia. People just keep laughing at them because they're trying to overspread. In other words, the three runs that we're going to hand in. Down and down further. Right now, the margin, folks, is 1,000th of a second. 1,000. That is what Todd Taylor is sitting on. Number 2, as far as my calculations go, so it's unofficial, would would be Mike Turner left side. He is 8 thousandths of a second spread between his is 16 thousandths of a second. Going to get it closer. No, 997. Too quick. And Michael Turner also too quick. 1163. Both of them almost a full tenth under what they need to run. And big climb up. The battle in the 275 radial category is also a tough one. The Big Three Racing shoots and hops up. Little Red Express pickup truck left side for Rick Russell. He's going to run way slow, unfortunately. 10:28, 153. Will not turn that in. Chase Reimark, 13.99. All of a sudden, Chase Reimark has become a 13.99. He's got a 13.99, a 13.99. None of them will help him on his average, by the way, or his spread, but it's okay. I mean, there's 3 really good runners. Go Daddy, celebrate. Boy, King and Mike Reimark, these two have run each other twice now. They're lined up the third time. They are both in the pro diagram category. 992 and a 5. 989 no help. 985 for Reimark. William White angrily banging the gears left side. 1181, 128, 1285 for Patrick McGinnis at 108. Mr. Chassis, each of the caddy left side, picture in the Camaro, 1086 for Victor. That's the run. That will start with a 10.60 will get him closer to now. Let's out 1118, 126. That's a little too slow for Chassis. He started with a 1090. And put him a little too far off the mark. Another couple guys that haven't seen us for the top 3 finish. 1125, right side, 1178 for Turner. And for Garrett Adams, that is way quick compared to what he has run previously. He just picked up about 7 tenths of a second. Someone tells me some nitrous got involved. Here comes Corey Payne. This is Corey's 8th run this week. 8th. And this would be his 7th run today. I mean, this is a whole new meaning to the term hot lapping, but he knows that he needs to shorten up his spread. He would optimally like to run something in the 992 range. 997 at 131, and it sounded like he was playing with the throttle, and that probably cost him. So that will not help him. He will stay at 28. Another hot lapper. I think Jim's getting tired of walking. He might just stay up there. 14-12 with an 8, folks. Where did that come from? After all the 1390 stuff, now all of a sudden Jace gets serious. He now has a 14-12 with a 6 and a 14-12 with an 8. Hello, Jace Reimars. I see you, buddy. You need one more in that ballpark, and you could possibly not quite turn around for number 2. It's going to be hard to get to number 1, though. Like I said, right now, Todd Taylor is sitting on a 1,000 spread. 1,000 between 3 runs. Here comes Rick Russell, the pickup truck. Again, still your current leader in 275 radial. That air spot is right behind him. All right, folks, it is now 3 o'clock. So competitors looking up, please. It's now 3 o'clock. So, we have about an hour of time remaining. So that you can qualify for the Mickey Thompson 4-wheel giveaway. So Mike Moore in the pickle fish, 1233 and 103, another frequent flyer. He's made a whole bunch of runs. So folks, unofficially, you have started to see some cars coming back around. What they're doing is they're having either fun runs or they're trying to get their spread down because we see a whole lot of CYOs. Now, we either see Dolly Run or Pro Dolly Runs coming back around. Occasionally, we are seeing Rick Russell move up in the 275 radial category, and that right now is tight between those two. Unofficially, Nick Taylor, Alex Taylor, Valerie Morris, Jeremy Bonnet, Sam Beresford. Those drivers should be, I said should. Pro Dollar on the dollar on category, Judy Cummings, Kathy Rock. Number 1 was the 1221. We get a gasser and an actually a freighted zone pot. And Corey and Jake Radial will line up here. might do it just the hair. Hang on a minute, let me look. Corey opened with a 995 control category. He is now apart by 18 thousandths of a second, and he will take over the number one spot. Now James Reimer, who is 2 thousandths apart on 2 runs, looking to get here 14:03. Picks up about a tenth of a second. Chad Beach, the Caddy PTSD, 11:11:129. He's staying in that 11:0:11 range, and he's still over a tenth of a second off his 1090 that he ran on the first day. So he's not narrowing his spread; he's actually increasing it. So that is not what you want to do. So we'll probably see him back around. He's on the frequent flyer program, as is Jake Reimers. I don't know if Jake is actually leading that category. If he's not, Corey Camden. Corey has run 9 times, 8 of them today. However, it's worked. It's got him the number one spot currently and goes out your own. So I think more than ever, he's going to come back around. So this is an actual Reimers family member left-hand side versus an adopted Reimers family member right side. Mike Turner right-hand side, yep, they fully adopted him. He turned in paperwork and everything. The Michigan-based Scott Stark swinger. Left-hand side. They have adopted officially 1 GM, 1 Dodge member. 986. For Reimers, it's still slow. It's about 2/10 off his best run, so that's not going to help his spread. 1167 doesn't help Turner's spread either. He's in between 1165 and 1160. Anything outside of that is not going to help. This is Kathy Rugg, who is also on the frequent flyer program. I think this is run number 7 or 8 for her. She is getting her money's worth out of the 67 Valiant Signet. I'm not quite sure. I don't know anything about the subcategories of some of the Valiant stuff. That's true. It depends on how much is on the trim tag when you look at it. Does it have 2 trim tags? Does it have a whole bunch of codes? They've had 3 trim tags on. Okay. Jason Moulton coming up with more useless car knowledge for me to use. I keep telling people to use them as icebreakers. It falls flat for some reason. I don't know why. Paul Fisher will provide competition right-hand side. Fisher has a pair of 1092 with a 4 and 1092 with a 0. He gets another one in there, and he can snatch second place away from Mike Turner. So that's the Camaro right-hand side with the LS swap on board. Oh, wow, quickened up a bunch. 1075, 124, that won't help him. Kathy is a little bit longer, 1221, 1239. Big Weimar coming back around again. The interesting thing about this car is Cole Weimar's made some runs in this car. Their dad, Jim Weimar's, actually broke his drag and drive streak of standing alongside the car. He actually raced it at Six Monkeys last year. So he had a great time at the too. Pretty cool. He does a lot of great work, and he has recently retired, which means he has more time to go on drag and drive. 1286, 1399 as Jace runs his fourth little 90 back. And Jim is going, no, that's not what we want. Shake his hands like, dude, I understand you're trying to run personal best again, but it doesn't help your spread. Slow it down. It's what he just told to sit up there. Just slow it down. Apparently, he didn't get the memo. Apparently, they didn't write the shoe balls on the windshield. Maybe he'll see. It doesn't work? 16-year-olds don't listen? Okay. Well, here's the cool thing. He's now on walking. I got nothing. Jim Mazzara goes 1061 and 139. Let's just move right on. All right, folks, and there's the mean buzz and half dozen of Morgan Evans. That is not my term, by the way. I first read it in a Super Chevy magazine back when I was probably about 10. It was from an inline six-cylinder Camaro. But yeah, they actually called it a mean buzz and half dozen. A guy actually had a 232-inch, 67-pound Ram 12, which back in the 80s was pretty darn quick. So Morgan has a Hurricane swap, six-cylinder. Now, originally, those came with two small turbos. This is going to be close. 905 with a 1 for Morgan. Look at Jason put this drink in the air. He's like, she went 905 with a 2 on day number 1. That means Morgan has 2 time slips within a thousandth of a second. Jason's 9 to 10, like, yeah, all by design, buddy, right there. Now, that does not give Morgan the lead back, is the interesting part. She is still 1,000 behind. Oh, she has to. I mean, Corey Pant made 9 runs to get ahead of her. Morgan answered and made her 4th run today and got back within 1,000. So at one point, folks, it was 26,000 for Morgan, 28,000 for Corey Pant. Corey kept digging and digging and digging, got it down to 18,000. Morgan took her time, rolled up there, and ran a second 905, combined with a 907, which is her next best run. She has a 19,000 to the second spread, 18,000 for first, 19,000 per second, and we're not done yet. There is officially 48 minutes of run time remaining. So I don't think it would be a stretch to see either one of them, or excuse me, both of them back. Because Todd Taylor had an 8,000 spread and he kept coming back. Now he has a 1,000 spread. That's a pretty good lock. I think you could probably relax with it. Hang on a minute. We're having a one-way conversation here. Jason Moulton from Mickey Thompson and I have some great conversations on the mic, but people can't hear the other half of the conversation, Jason. So, what are your thoughts on this?
So, I mean, actually, my thoughts are, the first thing I would say is compliment Thompson. That's a good first one. But those come out here and break down numbers that put together. I mean, several days are hard due to different weather conditions we had. What an awesome job of this team. So, when you guys see them walking around in white pants, with white blazers, for everything that they've done here, they've done a fantastic job. So, keep it up. Let's see some more cars come up here and lay down some passes.
Speaking of cars coming up, here comes Morgan down the hot car lane. She's probably feeling a little bit better. Look at her sticking her fist out the window. Morgan is gotten a little bit closer to possibly her first ever drag and drive win after being on 4 of them. This is number 5.
Now, let me elaborate on that a little bit, Jason. On Thursday when we were out here, the density altitude was about 400 feet. Today it is closer to 2,000. That is a widespread, and like you said, for people to be running this consistent with that big of an air swing, really does put the emphasis on the racetrack. It has really done well here because, I mean, in 2,000 feet, let's just talk about this real quick on our quickest car. Yeah, we'll get to you in a minute here. Hang on a minute, big boy. Bragging rights aside, the whole fight, which is not all about Jason Malton, is there are about other people. Let's think about this here for just a minute. Alex Taylor ran a 655 and 225 in mine shaft air, 1,000 foot under sea level at Gainesville earlier this year. She just came within less than a hundredth of a second of that in way worse weather conditions. Again, if that doesn't showcase the racetrack, I don't know what does. No, I mean, so, I'm not surprised. Can we start talking about reaction time? Now that you get the mic. Yes, now we can talk about reaction time. Go ahead, sir. So, yeah, I mean, you can come out here on a racetrack and let's walk out. I'm just taking the next one. So, you can come out here on a racetrack and walk prep. Let's say go 048, 055, 050, as you think. So, yeah, I mean, Derek Hansen might be took away, so this is a dangerous situation. But no, I'll tell you what, I do have to thank everybody that's here right now. If you haven't stopped over, you must have some celebration. There's supposed to be people mad walking around. Please thank all of them. But yeah, some of them are part of the reason we want to have it here. I'm going to thank all of them. So, again, appreciate it. So, can I say, my wife and mother, happy Mother's Day to them. And everybody, please remember, tomorrow is Mother's Day, so we'll use it. We have graduation. Yeah, so, yeah, make sure you give everybody out there. No, 871. Good speed though. That's his best speed though of the week, 155. But he's about a tenth of a second off what he wants to run. And Chase Reimar's running even quicker. Jim literally just put his hands up like, dude, I don't know what else I can do here. I mean, we got him so close to the spread, and now he's running another 5 minutes quicker than his previous best. He has run now 5 sub 14-second runs. He entered this weekend with a $50,000 run. But no, there's no doubt. There is ice cream. That's a very acceptable substitute. If he wants to stay, dude, I'm glad to have people up there. That's awesome. But you will see some ice cream in the freezer for both of us because if he doesn't get any, he's going to be upset that he had to listen to the end of it. That'd be Alex. Like the Alex Fraser. Okay. My driver, Mark Fraser. It's an all Mustang starting line. Mark Fraser in the box, body right side. Mike Brimar is in the F-197 design car. Each lane is timed separately, so it's no big deal. Mark Fraser, 998. Right now, he is sitting on, stand by. Fraser's sitting on a 16,000th of a second spread, so it's probably in third or fourth. Mike Reimar's goes 998. He also does not agree. 17, 12 miles an hour. Top of 275 radial, he's going to lay it anyway. 946, 154. His best is at 922, so he's still a little slow. All right, racers, participants, listen up, please. A couple of announcements to go over. Ooh, you know what? I think I know somebody who's going to take advantage of this first round. We are going to have a big wheel race, folks. If you've seen them down there. Big wheel race. So here's what I need. The first 5 kids
You want me to phone this in for you? Want me to call Jason and give you a spot? Okay. Jason Moulton, listen up, please. Jason, listen up. I need to hold one of these spots. First 5 kids between the ages of 8 and 15. They come to the Mickey Thompson trailer. Tommy and Bree. And Bruce on a 10-15-0. He goes 10-13 with a 9 at 135. Summit Racing Equipment, Brett Mustang, because Tommy works for Summit Racing Equipment. Also, the University of Northwestern Ohio will have this time he decided he didn't want to go across the starting line. When he went across the starting line, he had to start to steer it a little bit, and I don't know if you know, but wheelies are not necessarily known to be that extremely operational car. Like they're a little top end, just a little bit. I didn't can't tell from looking at it, but the Ohio-based 41 lorries, now this is a fiberglass replica wheel. Those are far more common. Actual steel wheelies, I've been told with like nothing in it. Like in other words, the air body, it sometimes goes for like $25,000 to $30,000. And that's the part. Dan ran at a 1080 earlier this week, ran his personal best, 1074 earlier today. Ooh, not going to improve on it there. Either the car backfired or it just had a big lazy spot. Once again, racers, you got about 40 minutes remaining. 40 minutes remaining. 4-0. You want to come back to the lane? Radial tire cars, 829 and quicker, lanes 1 and 2. Radial tire cars, lanes 1 and 2. Quicker, 850 or 12. 850 and 12. Lane 3 and 4 for radial tire cars. Radial tire cars, 850 and 12. Lane 3 and 4. Quick tire cars will be lane 5 and 6 lanes. Quick tire cars, lane 5 and 6 lanes. But it's not going to improve on the 10 before. It's like 17 at 123. So while we get the spray rig out here, folks, check and see. It's spraying. I want to keep people in. See Mike Weimars is down there. I see Michael Turner is down there. Ooh, we got Steve and Valerie Morris. And Martina with the supercar dragster is there. James Weimars still trying to wear out the family LTD. I mean, they're probably in the double-digit area by now. The Picklefish is there. The Caddy CPFD Duke is there. Kathy Rugg, Plymouth. Kathy's probably up the double-digit area-ish by now. And then Jim with the SN95 Mustang. So I have an official guest in the tower. I mean, I think we should call you an official guest because you were brought up here by the great Jason Moulton. I mean, the guy won the reaction time challenge here. I mean, you can't get much better than that. Why don't you introduce yourself to the folks and tell us how you got here?
Hi, my name is Jason Moulton. Jason Moulton brought me up here to try and see what I can do and see how to make it.
So you've been sitting in the tower for about, what, 10 minutes, I'd say now? What have you learned so far?
I've learned how much to do this and how to come to manage people. I've done
You're a very observant person. That's definitely one of the things that a lot of people do not really pay attention to is the amount of work that goes into a racetrack, and that's from way before the first spectator or racer gets here to well after the last run is being made. When you're sleeping, they're scraping. When you're getting out of bed first thing in the morning, they're spraying the racetrack and laying down rubber. They're out there in the blistering sun in June and July while you're undercover somewhere enjoying a cold beverage. I mean, it is one of the things where, like you said, Summit Motorsports Park puts a lot of emphasis in not only providing a quality service, but also in the pride of the appearance and how they treat their customers, because there are hundreds of racetracks throughout the United States and Canada,
and they really do a great job. That's why people travel so far to get here. So here's the thing. We've got some fast stuff coming. We've got some 6-second cars in the station. We're excited. So tell me, if you had your choice, we'll start with some of the golf cars. How about this? If you had the choice between a split tire car, you know what I mean when I say this? Okay. I just want to make sure, because some people don't, or a drag radial equipped car. Like, would you rather have a car with real big fat splits on it, or would you rather have little small radial tires? All right. Now, if you have the choice between GM or Chevy, Ford or Mohawk, Ford and Ford, what brand is it? All right. Now, final question. Stick shift or automatic transmission? You're getting a lot of points with people out here in the crowd because stick shift is a lot of fun no matter how fast or how slow it goes. You're out there banging the gears. We can always use blue oval fans because a lot of people just automatically gravitate toward no car or Chevy. It's good to have some blue oval fans out here. And splits have really gone by the wayside in comparison to radials in the last 5 to 10 years. So I'm sure Jason Moulton's probably glad to hear that somebody wants to run splits. So, tractors just about finishing their work, folks. And again, Steve and Valerie Morris, husband and wife, 6-second cars, a pair of them, will be coming to the starting line here in just a little bit as we get close to wrapping things up here on game number 3 of the big Thompson tournament. Brought to us by some racing equipment and powered by Sixth Magazine. Again, drivers, if you have the 2 time slips, remember, you have to end in 2. If you have the 2 time slips, you are ready to turn in. Please go and see the time and turn sheet of the guest service building. That's the blue building where you turn in your first time slip, just past the Mickey Thompson trailer. In the better half. The 2010 model Camaro on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Based out of Steve Morris Racing Engines in Michigan. As I mentioned earlier, this car originally started life at KSR Kevin Smith's Racing and Performance Fabrication Shop down in Gainesville, Florida, not too far away from the racetrack. It was being built for a different customer, and then they had a change of parts. Steve Morris found out about it. Kevin got the car close to completion, delivered it to Michigan, and was finished by the Deal brothers, 6 days of deal. Valerie debuted at 6 weeks this year, got her very first win. Now looking for her second win. See, this is the kind of thing where we talk about a racetrack and the way it is. Right now, it is warm. There's a lot of sun on that surface. You have to use the car accordingly. When you're making 400 horsepower like they are in both Valerie's car and Steve's car, you have to be able to adjust your car to the track, not the other way around. The valve will come down to a, I'm not going to turn that in 1939.
Seymour, who had problems on his last run as he was trying to stay, coming back around his wagon neck. I know you think you like some split tire coverage. Let me tell you a story real quick about two North stuff. If you go back in the analog of drag radial racing, this car used to be silver, that a first rotor out there, and was a 7-second car in the old outlaw drag radial versus motorcycle before it got really fast. Then Steve took some time away, kind of worked up a business, had a family, and this car got converted to how it is now. The wood grain that's on the side is it's not a T-cap, it's actually painted. And when we didn't use the car in 50s, it was on the big floppy side. Now, we ran it like that for a while, but it would always have tires in it. This year, we converted it to radial. So far, 436 and a half drag. He throws the shoe early, but look at the scoreboard club. 65 to 203 miles an hour. And that is out of its way early. You saw the chute deploy at the 1,000-foot mark. 436, folks, that should have easily been tickling the 650 range. That is the second quickest run by a competitor in competition. Now, Alex Taylor has the quickest one for somebody that is in competition, but Steve just solidified number 2 right there. 65 at 203. Keep in mind, he's already gone 208 miles an hour earlier this week. And like I said, he threw the chutes early. So the Bruce Master wagon had everything working for it on that one. And he will be able to turn that in. And keep in mind, that could challenge Nick Taylor for the overall top spot. We need to go back and look at these calculations to figure out where we are. So once again, a couple of things to tell you about with about a half an hour left of run time. Competitors, you have about 30 minutes remaining. 30 minutes remaining. If you would like to make another pass or passes plural. First, let me tell you about Mickey Thompson. Mickey Thompson does a lot for our industry. They've been around since 1963. That was when Mickey Thompson first started getting into racing. Did a lot of salt flats racing, a lot of drag racing, and then the Mickey Thompson entire brand pretty much grew from that. The desire to continuously improve, come up with new sizes, better innovate the stuff they already currently have, test it, and then retest it, get it right, and come out here to do something like this. The combination of the try and buy testing program along with their very first turn and burn has brought together some very established drag and drive competitors as well as some new faces, and we're glad to have you all out here. Now, for all of you that are sitting in the grandstands and watching the action, this is an offer that extends to you as well, but it's only good for the next 30 minutes. If you would like the chance to possibly pick up a set of 4 wheels from Mickey Thompson, they have the giveaway going on right now. Here's the way that you do it. You need to go to either the concession stand or the gift shop here at Southern Motorsports Park. It needs to be from this event. It has to be a turn and burn purchase. You can make any purchase you want. You can buy something as cheap as a sticker. You can buy a soft drink. You can buy a $3 pint of ice cream. As long as you get a receipt for it. Let me scrap that. Go over to the Thompson trailer, take a photo with the turn and burn logo team. Put it on social media and tag the Thompson tires in. Once you then you're going to head over to the Thompson site, show the team your receipt from this week, and show them your social media post. They will give you a raffle ticket for a chance to win a set of 4 Mickey Thompson wheels. However, if you want to double your chances, grab yourself a really cool collectible limited edition turn and burn t-shirt. From the gift shop, if you do that, they will double down and give you 2 raffle tickets. At 4 o'clock, we will choose the winner. The winner must be present. If the winner is not present after a certain amount of time, they'll draw another ticket. So not only do you get here, you can sure you're present in the Thompson trailer. Don't waste time. Go to that right now. A couple of minutes left for Martino. Talk about that. So independent contractor in one of the youngest classes in the 30-40 category. This is Supercross Norwalk sitting on board. They run the team very most of the time. It's up 621, 219 miles an hour. And folks, that would qualify you, to give you an idea. That would qualify you mid-pack, meaning the middle of a 32-car field, most likely, at an event like, say, Division 3 Bowling Green, Beachbend Raceway Park, right before the U.S. Nationals. At the U.S. Nationals, that would also qualify you mid-pack. The bump spot at all those locations normally is in the 640 range. You have to run quicker than that to be able to run an elimination. That is the dialing category. Can't get that. Gonna bring up Mike Moore and Chad Heath. He's driving the caddy left side. Mike Moore driving the single pin. LS swap, S10 pickup truck. Caddy's gonna get there first. 11-12 and 26 staying right in the same area that he fit. 12:36.93 miles an hour for Mike Moore in the fixable phase. We roll underneath the hood on one. Hold on to first. He wants to run optimally a 14-12 with an 8 or 14-12 with a 6, 10-47 for 10. 1392 at 95 miles an hour. Ken is literally deflated. Look at him. He's like, how many more 13-second passes? Another 13-second pass. Morgan Evans, right back around, wasting no time in the D150 pickup truck. Kathy Rudd in the 67 Plymouth. Gabby Rudd left-hand side driving the blue Plymouth. Morgan on the right side driving the red Dodge. Morgan right now is 1/1000th of a second behind Corey Kent for the lead in Pro Dolly Run. She has a 9:05 with a 2 and a 9:05 with a 9:04 with a 4. Morgan Evans back on top. That spread now, folks, is 0.08 of a second, and Morgan Evans in number 1. Now Corey Kent is going to be on the clock as he has got bumped to number 2. So Morgan's 4th run of the day is a good one. She now has a 0.08 of a second spread and is back into the number 1 spot. Now Mark Fraser, the Mustang. The national athlete is pulled on board right-hand side. Now he'd like to kind of wheel that down a little bit. To do so, he's going close to 6 flat with a 5. Now, his spread is 1/100th of a second, and here's Corey Kent. He took no time at all to come right back on. He goes, oh, Morgan, you want to challenge my lead? Here I am. I'm going to try it again. 5 as possible. 983, he is way too quick. That won't do it. You'll have to get back in line. Folks, if you want to put your hands together for somebody who might, just might, have a chance to win her first drag and drive ever, Morgan Evans coming down with a Thompson truck right now in front of the grandstand. Trust me, she will feed off that energy right now, folks. She needs it. She has an 8,000th of a second spread right now and a chance to possibly capture her first class win ever. And something did not go according to plan there for Tom Bale, who takes his foot out. I'll tell you what, this is why the dollar your own and the pro dollar your own category is always such an absolute nail biter going down. And people only have so much time. Speaking of so much time, here's a guy who right now needs a good shot, Nick Taylor. The Arkansas-based 1991 model Camaro he calls Uncle Sam. He came here with a solid lead over Steve Morris. Taylor has a 678 and a 691 to his credit. His last run was an early shutoff, 805. That will drop him to the number 2 spot, especially considering that Steve Morris just ran 665. So Taylor needs 16 to deliver here. This car is only on its 5th run total since being completely rebuilt in the last year. You see his wife, Alex, taping up the window because this car blew the driver's window with the rear glass half out on his first run on Thursday. Nick with a brand new big one. Taylor to the top there, 677 and 221. I literally saw Alex Taylor just get air and jumping right there. Look at her. She's pumping her fist. She's more excited than if she would have won her category. Now, unofficially, folks, that will not lock it up. I'm going to have to look at the number. It would not be far-fetched if Morris decided to come back and try one more time. And I don't know if Nick Taylor officially hasn't locked up either. So we're going to take this quick minute while they check the top end of the racetrack to do some math. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I have the list of my 5 big wheel competitors. All right, attention on the property, both in the pit stand and the grandstands. We have our big wheel competitors. We need you to meet on the starting line at 4:20. So about 38 minutes from now, listen up. If I call your name, I need you to meet on the starting line at 4:20. So about 38 minutes from now. Ashley Joe Reimers, Cohen Press, Mason Dara, Colby Schaefer, and Kane Pratt. Those are our 5 competitors for the big wheel. So Ashley Joe Reimers, Cohen Press, Kane Pratt, Mason Dara, and Colby Schaefer. I need those 5 competitors in about 38 minutes to meet on the starting line. I don't need you there right now. I need you there at 4:20. How about this? It's an all Reimar's starting line. Chase Reimar's left side, Mike Reimar's right hand side. Wow, your class leader coming back around. And Chase Reimar's another 1390 something run, 1395 with an 8. Mike Reimar's goes 968. That'll bring up a rematch of the last time, because they lined up with each other last time. Kathy Rudd left hand side, and Morgan Evans right hand side. Morgan, he looks pretty good for me up here. So I look at Morgan's better half station out there video. Morgan can't hear me, so it's not going to pop it. Morgan right now has an 8,000 second spread. If she can go 905 anything, she could possibly tighten that up a little bit more. Kathy Rudd left hand side driving the Plymouth Valiant. Now here's the interesting thing, folks. In Pro Dial Your Own, your leader is in the safety team. Number 2 is in the water a little bit slower here, I think. 908 with a 146 is 111 for Kathy Rudd. So Morgan will have to stay on an 8,000 spread. She has 15 minutes to come back. And here comes Corey Camp. He is number 2 in the class with an 18,000 for the second spread. He's for a 992 or 993 something. 986, he doesn't do it. He will stay at 18,000. And by the way, Corey Pant running with no tachometer and no gauge, as all of his dominating for him when he got here. That's his second quickest pass of the week at 125 miles an hour for the Barrel Automotive car. Here comes the top dragster of the Martino family. And Nick Taylor in Uncle Sam. I would say Nick Taylor could wave that phone away. He already popped it. A 10 flat with a 5 and a 10 flat with an 8. And you know another 10 flat. 10 of the 3 with a 5. That will not help him. Nick Taylor and Uncle Sam out there just ran his best run ever. Probably going to be nasty and hold off the car for the unlimited title. Morgan Evans coming back around. Coming around and is Plymouth as both of them will more than likely battle it out at least one more run. 10:36, 1:39 for 50 right hand side. Mike on the right. Mike with a near perfect 005 reaction time. 977 at 143. That one will now is margin of just a little bit. 14-15 for Jake. There we go. Jim Thompson sends it to him. Jake Reimers now has a 28,000 spread between 3 runs. That gives him a good chance to get to the top 5. Corey Tan coming right back around. To the top end for Pan. 10-13, 121, way slow. He's 2/10 of a second slower than he should be. Right now in the 275 radial category, the top 2 cars are separated on average by 9 thousandths of a second. With Eric in front in the couplet, Rick Russell in the truck in second. Russell came in with a narrow 1,000 margin of victory from day 1, but he surrendered it by not running closer to the 850 times with area. My guess is they're getting most of those cars cooled off and come back one more time. Mike Turner is back in the lane for another shot. So we are down to the final 10 minutes. So 10 minutes left. All right, Corey Tan coming back again. I think this would be run. He's in double digits today. This will be run number 12 for Corey Tan. Corey needs a 9. To the top end for Corey. 10-18, 127. He is slowing down. He's up running 10-13, now 10-18. He needs to take advantage and pull that car off for one more shot. And the Shelby will get around to the top end, 989, 1093 for William Wise left side. They left almost a second apart on the starting line. They finished almost a second apart at the finish line on ET only. But Mike Reimers scored ahead by a little bit. Now here comes Jace Reimers. And Jace is on the already has a 28,000 spread. That's a good chance to get him in the top 5. If you would like to narrow it, you need the 14-12 something. 1392. He goes back to the fast side. Jim apparently did not impress him on him enough that he needs to run a 14-team. Maybe, Jim, maybe this is talk this out with me, Jim. Maybe it's a one for you, one for me. I run slow, then I run fast. I run slow, then I run fast.
He's got about 2 minutes to come back. Try again. Actually, 7 minutes. Not needs to heard this before, though. Here comes Corey King. I don't think Corey is getting out of his car, so I think this is Corey now. This is now officially Corey. And Corey just picked up a whole bunch to the 8th mile. 10-11 at 120. So he is starting to go the opposite direction, but he's still way off. Five minutes remaining, folks. 5 minutes. Actually, it's interesting. This is just what a normal drag and drive looks like. We've got Mike Turner sitting at the rear of the lane. We got Morgan Evans sitting at the rear of the lane. People that are battling it out for the top 3. Turner, I believe, still is sitting in the number 2 spot. Morgan Evans is sitting in the number 1 spot, and she is watching Corey Pant literally go round and round like a carnival ride. All right, so number 1 and number 3 in Pro Dial Your Own, Morgan Evans, Mike Reimers back in the lane. Mike Turner, who's currently sitting on an 8 foul spread in Dial Your Own, sitting at the rear of the lane. You see Jim in the Mustang, who has narrowed his margin down to 16 thousandths of a second, rolling up. So Mike Turner knows that there is somebody that is hunting to try and get around him, but we're going to get down here, folks, to where it is probably going to be 1 shot left for just about everybody. We are that close. Racers, I cannot reinforce this enough. Again, if you have the time slip that you are ready to turn in and you have no intention of going to the staging lane, please stop what you're doing. It will allow her to be able to winners, and we will be able to crown those winners at 5 o'clock. Once again, my 5 kids that have signed up for the big wheel competition, I have called you. We will need you at the starting line in 23 minutes.
have the chance to get one 696 and 207. That will give Valerie Moore a trio. She bragged about competition, and unofficially her second win in 2. Thompson finish here. He needs a 10 flat something in order to solidify. 98 to pull on, he'll have to settle for 100 spread between 3 runs, which is still pretty good. So that's going to get him number 3 at best. Your number 1 spot keeper, 1,000. Number 2 spot, 8,000. Number 3 spot, 100. Unofficially, I'm doing rough math up here. The Shelby out of Wisconsin. 993, 143 for Rymos. So unofficially, folks, Morgan has the pro PYO crown. It's not, it's solidly in second. He has gone 905 with a 2, 905 with a 1, and a 904 with a 4. If she wants to tighten up her spread, she needs to run between 905 with an 8 or 904. Yeah, she's going to be slower on this run. 913, 145, and it's okay, it's a victory lap. 1168, 115 for Mike Turner. Jason, this is going to sound weird when I say the 913 is the slowest pass that Morgan has made at a drag and drive here this week. But it's still okay. Folks, officially that will wrap us up for on-track racing action. Now, again, I cannot reinforce this enough. All right, folks, so as far as the drag and drive portion of the action, that will wrap that up. We are not done on racetrack yet, though. We do have some extra stuff still coming. Morgan Evans will line up her D150 that she just made a pass in against the University of Northwestern Ohio, the Tech School's third gen Camaro in a match race in just a little bit. I believe 4:15 is the time. And we will have the Mickey Thompson Big Wheel Challenge. So for the 5 kids that I called, we need you to the starting line in 15 minutes. If my phone would decide to work when I asked it to, which would be awesome, but it didn't do it. So once again, Ashley Jo Reimars, Cohen Press, Kane Press, Mason Darrock, and Colby Schaefer. I need you to report to the starting line in about 15 minutes, please. Folks, if you're in the grandstand, put your hands together for Val Morris, who just put together her first ever all 6-second campaign in her Camaro that she debuted this year. Guarantee you Val is happy because that will be her second straight win in that car, and right behind her, somebody who has been in the track and drive for a little over 2 years, and may have a chance to claim her first ever win, Morgan Evans, with her hand out the window. With the Hurricane Swap D150 pickup truck. We will see that truck back in about 10 to 15 minutes in a match race. So they'll take it back to the pit area and try to pull it off just a little bit before they match up with the Camaro. All competitors, if you have not turned in your times, but stop what you're doing right now and please deliver those times at the time you turn. It is on Keith and mine's best advice, as both of us want to go home happy guys. Because Tanya will be mad at me for a little bit. She'll be mad at Keith for not encouraging me much longer, and I don't like Keith mad at me. It has not happened yet, and I don't want to start now. So once again, the blue building where you turn in your time slip on day number 1 on guest services is what it says on the outside. Please bring both your time slips and your photos to prove that you went to the checkpoint. Also, attention folks, if you signed up for the Mickey Thompson chance to win a 4-pack of wheels, they are doing that drawing right now at the Mickey Thompson trailer. So if you purchased something today from concession or from the gift shop, and you went over, took your photo, posted it on social media, and showed the folks at Mickey for your raffle tickets, go down to the Mickey Thompson trailer right now, like right now. Once again, racers, while we do some final touch-up work, I'm seeing some of our contestants gather. Imagine that. Ashley Jo is ready for the big wheel race. Way ready. By the way, Ashley makes awesome bracelets. She has made me 2 of them this year. And I appreciate that. Thank you, Ashley. Jim, if there is an unofficial credit for most runs, I think it would be a toss-up between Chase and Corey. Could have slipped behind the wheel and nobody would have known. Racers, when you get a minute, please make sure you go over and visit Mike Davis in Moto Lens. He has been here for the last 3 days taking pictures. He has lots of great options available, everything from photos to lots of accessories, including mugs, license plates, tumblers, all kinds of cool things. He is in the black gooseneck trailer right alongside staging lane number 8. Make sure you go over and visit him. Even if it's not your car, you can grab a photo and go have your favorite driver sign it.
I mean, I mentioned earlier, like, go grab yourself a t-shirt with Alex Taylor's car on it and go get it signed. I know Steve Kurt's about his way to do that. Once again, folks, we will have the match race between Morgan Evans and the University of Northwestern Ohio here shortly. And then we will do our award ceremony starting at 5 o'clock-ish. That's what I've been told. I am still waiting on some people to deliver their time slips, though, to Tanya Turk. So even if you have not turned in your time slips and you need to do so, please go do it. If for whatever reason you are on property and you are out of competition, please go over and let Tanya know you are out of competition, and it needs to be the driver, not a crew, not a friend. It needs to be the driver, please. That way she can get all the results solidified and we can get the award ceremony underway much quicker. All right, so once again, my kids that are going to participate in the, and I don't mean my kids from Florida, a long way away. Our 5 kids that were selected to be part of the Mickey Thompson Big Wheel Challenge. I know I have at least one. I know that the Rappart family is down there. Morgan Evans, I know you're a kid at heart, so I'll take you as well. Morgan Evans, I will take you, and I'm assuming you need her vehicle as well, because the University of Northwestern Ohio, hopefully I'm saying that correctly, and I haven't said it wrong. Somebody told me it was Northwest. If I'm wrong, my apologies. Okay, so apparently I was right. I'm married, and I will take them. That does not happen very much. So they're up here, Morgan. Your drug match is waiting for you. I need you and the D150, please. And then our big wheel races. Looks like I have a few of them down there waiting. They are jumping at bit, waiting to make a hit. Once again, racers, if you have not turned your time slips in yet, I need you to do that immediately. Please stop what you're doing and do that immediately so time to Turk can finish out the averages, please. Morgan Evans letting me know by way of smoke signal that she is on her way up here.
Tell me what you pray, but before I land, I can cover you and me and everyone is praying. Come on, man, swing your mind, bring on everything on your mind. Power on us, you don't feel good, every time my cards on the floor, you gotta do it, if you don't come through, buddy, that's on you, the fear's on you. Yeah, the fear's on you.
So Jason Moulton down there with the kid at heart, Alex Taylor. Alex, you are not allowed to officially enter the big wheel competition. You have done enough big wheel racing for today. Well, actually, she's allowed to do big wheel racing around the pit, right, Jason? Wait, maybe Alex is just making sure that the bike is good, so somebody doesn't get a bump on it. Maybe that's what she's testing the bikes for us. So our 5 contestants, probably down there near the grandstand area, they will be coming out shortly. Morgan Evans and the University of Northwestern Ohio will have a grudge match up here. I believe that might take place first. I'm just waiting to see what happens. Yep, it will happen first. They're getting strapped in now. So we have our matchup race coming in just a minute. And then the big wheel challenge will be coming. Meanwhile, Jason Moulton's down there doing things with his arms like he's directing planes in the Summit Motorsports Park. Once again, to all of our competitors, thank you so much for coming out to be part of the first ever Mickey Thompson Turn and Burn here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park, brought to us by the fine folks at Summit Racing Equipment and powered by Six Magazine. The team working hard on trying to get your averages and awards taken care of, which we will do at 5 o'clock. weekend. Gonna put a little bit of pressure on Morgan. Trying to get around her, but will not have a 9.08 at 148 miles an hour. Morgan beating him by 0.8 of a second, and she has the starting line advantage as well. Left side 988 at 145, but a 170-60 foot. Sealed the deal for the Camaro as Morgan Evans got the jump off the starting line and steadily pulled away to the finish line. So in addition to putting down a pretty solid spread in the Pro DYO class, Morgan Evans also laying down a solid lap right there. Not sure if we're going to get a best out of 3 or a rematch or not. That might have been a one-shot deal. I believe the Big Wheel Challenge will be next. Jason, is it just first to the 60-footer, or they need to come back around? Okay, they need to come back around. I think Tom Bailey kind of like psyched her out, like waiting forever to get in the stage balls and whatever. I think there should be a rematch. Look at Tom Bailey on that.